Welcome to this free CSS beginners course. During this 4-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the basics of CSS, which will enable you to create visually stunning web pages. If you would like to learn everything about CSS and design responsive and professional web pages like a pro, head to skillademia.com and get access to our full CSS course. Now, let's begin.
Hello, and welcome to the Beginner's CSS course. I'm Professor Horton, and I will be your instructor for this course. As an experienced educational technologist, I've developed a variety of instructional support software, educational games, and websites. I have also been teaching programming for the last 6 years to people of all ages and backgrounds. This 40-hour course is for people that have been exposed to HTML and are ready to learn the foundation of CSS. This course will be exploring everything from the basics of HTML to how to style your HTML to make it more interactive with CSS. In this course, you will create your very own how-to CSS resource that you can use as a reference in future projects. You will also be completing 6 major projects that will help you understand the concepts of CSS and its applications. By the end of this course, you will have an amazing starter portfolio that will include your work throughout this course. You can use this portfolio to demonstrate your understanding of CSS concepts and showcase your skills to current or future employers. So, let's get started on this exciting journey of learning CSS. Let's talk about HTML elements. The objective for this lesson is that you are able to demonstrate understanding of HTML elements by correctly constructing HTML elements in today's activity. The goals of this lesson are that you're able to demonstrate understanding of the anatomy of an HTML element, that you can add HTML attributes to your HTML elements, that you can construct an HTML document, and that you can add HTML comments. So, what are HTML elements? According to the MDN Web Docs, HTML consists of a series of elements which you can use to enclose, wrap, or mark up different parts of content to make it appear or act in a certain way. If we take a look at MDN's anatomy of an HTML element, we will notice that it starts with an opening tag, it ends with a closing tag, and it has content in the middle. Now, this is just for this specific example. We will take a look at other types of HTML elements, but for now, let's look at the anatomy of this example. Starting with the opening tag. The opening tag consists of the name of the element. In this example, there is a P for the paragraph element, and this name is wrapped in opening and closing angle brackets. This opening tag marks where the element begins or starts to take effect. In this example, it precedes the start of the paragraph text. Here is the opening tag, and the text, "My cat is very grumpy," is the paragraph text. So let's take a closer look at the opening tag. Just like it's stated in the MDN docs, the opening tag starts with an opening angular bracket, it ends with a closing angular bracket, and the name of the tag is found between the brackets. In this case, this is a P tag, and again, the P stands for paragraph. As we continue to explore the anatomy of the HTML element, we'll take a look at the closing tag. Again, MDN's definition of a closing tag says that this is the same as the opening tag, except it includes a / before the element name. This marks where the element ends. Failing to include a closing tag is a common beginner error that can produce peculiar results. A lot of the times when you start coding, it's been found that beginners forget to add the closing tag. This can do a number of things, but to avoid it, one tip would be to immediately create your closing tag after you create your opening tag. Then place your cursor between both tags and add the content. We'll take a closer look at this when we go into our hands-on activity. But for now, let's take a closer look at the closing tag. Again, just like with the opening tag, it starts with an opening angular bracket. It also ends with a closing angular bracket, and the name of the tag is found between both brackets. The difference in this case is that the / comes before the name of the tag. So, in our first activity, we're going to take a look at how to create our very first HTML element. So what I want you to do is to go on to codepen.io. The link to this will be in the references or the resources of the course. Open a new pen and name it My First HTML Element. Then follow the steps below. The first thing that we'll do is we'll create our opening tag. Then we'll immediately create our closing tag. After that, we will add the content between our tags. Then I want you to confirm that your output looks like this. So let's head over to CodePen and create our very first tag. What you will want to do is start a new line of code. Don't forget to name it My First HTML Element. And you can do that by clicking on the pen here and then editing the name. Once you have added the name of your code pen, you can practice making your first HTML element. So we'll start with creating a paragraph element with p tags. And to start your p tag, you need to use the opening angular bracket, then the name of the tag, which is the p, and the closing angular bracket. Next, you will immediately add your closing tag. So you will open with an opening angular bracket, / and then again, the name of the tag in this case is a P. Next, we will add our content between these two tags by placing the cursor here. Now I'm just going to type my sentence. I'm going to go ahead and save it and confirm that my output looks like the one in our activity. And it does. So great. Let's go ahead and jump back over to our lecture and take a look at the next concept. So the next concept that we're going to learn is nesting. So when we're learning about elements, it's important to understand that elements can be placed within other elements. This is called nesting. If we wanted to state that our cat was very grumpy, we could wrap the word very in a strong element, which means that the word would have a stronger text formatting. In this case, the word very would come out looking bold. Let's take a closer look at nesting. We notice that if we use this sentence, it's still wrapped in a P tag, but inside of the P tag is the strong element. Again, anytime you put one tag inside of another, this is called nesting. So let's jump over to our code editor and add the strong tag to our first HTML element to demonstrate our ability to nest a tag. So I want to make the letters HTML bold. So I'm going to start by adding the opening angular bracket. Then I'm going to type strong and the closing angular bracket. Now I have my opening tag. Again, immediately add the closing tag. Now, since I just want my letters HTML to be bold, I'm going to go ahead and cut those and paste them back between my two strong tags. I'll push save and notice that now the text HTML is now bold. And let's take a look at attributes. So let's talk about what HTML attributes are. According to MDN Web Docs, their definition states that attributes contain additional information about the element that will not appear in the content. In this example, the class attribute is an identifying name used to target the element with style information. And we'll take a closer look at this specific attribute when we get to the CSS portion of the class. But for now, we're just going to use this attribute as an example of how to add attributes. So let's take a look at the example that we have here. In this example, notice that we're still looking at our paragraph element. This element is still wrapped in two P tags. That is the opening P tag and the closing P tag. In the middle of the element, we still have our content. The difference in this case is that we have added the class attribute to our opening tag. So let's take a closer look at attributes. Taking a closer look at this line of text, we're able to identify the opening P tag and the closing P tag. Notice that after the name of the tag, in this case, the name of the tag is here, the P, we have added a space by pressing space on the keyboard, and then we're adding the name of the attribute. In this example, the name of the attribute is class. The name of the attribute is then followed by the equal sign. After the equal sign, the value of the attribute is set between opening and closing quotation marks. It is very important as a beginner to acknowledge and confirm the location of your attribute. This attribute must be inside of the opening tag. That means that it needs to be between the name and the closing angular bracket. It cannot be after this closing angular bracket. If it is, any content between the closing angular bracket and the closing tag becomes content in your element. One of the mistakes that I see often with beginner coders is not only that they forget to add closing tags, but also that they add their attributes in the wrong place. It is very important that you add the attribute inside of the opening tag. You may have multiple attributes. However, all attributes will be located inside of the opening tag. We're going to take a look at, or we're going to actually use a hands-on example, and we get the opportunity to practice creating attributes. So what I want you to do is go back to your code pen that you have already named my first HTML element, and I would like for you to follow the steps below. The first thing that you will do is add the A tag. The A stands for anchor, and it allows us to make our text into a link, a clickable link. In order to do this, we must wrap the text that we would like to turn into a link. In this case, we're going to turn the text HTML element into a link that the user can click on that will take them to another page. Now, this same attribute could also be used to take the user to a different part of your web page or website. But in this example, we're going to use this attribute to take our user to a whole new page. Now, in order to do that, again, we're going to use the anchored element, and that has an A tag. Again, the A stands for anchor. Inside of this tag, however, we will add the href attribute. Now, the name of this attribute is href. It is followed by the equal sign. The value of the href attribute is then set between the opening and closing quotation marks. This value is the address to the Mozilla home page. When the user clicks on the text HTML element, they will be directed to this address. All right, once you add this code, again, this attribute will be added to the opening A tag, but you must not forget to confirm that you have the closing A tag. Once you've added this code, confirm that your output looks like this. So let's go ahead and jump over into our code editor, and we will do this together. Now, I have my first HTML element pulled up. I know that I want to turn this text into a link. So I'm going to start by adding the A tag. This is the opening tag, and again, because you are beginners, go ahead and immediately add the closing tag. Once you've added the closing tag, we can now select the text that we want the user to click on, cut it from our code, and paste it between the opening and closing A tags. Now at this point, we've added the tag that will be used to create the link. However, we must now add the href attribute and set its value to the address of the page that we want the user to be directed to. So we're going to first place our cursor after the name of the tag, in this case it's an A, and before the closing angle bracket of the opening tag. Take a look at the screen and notice that my cursor is blinking in the correct space. Then we're going to press space and type href. The name of the attribute is href. The name of the attribute is then followed by the equal sign. The equal sign is then followed by the value of the attribute, which is between the opening and closing quotation marks. So we're going to go ahead and add our quotation marks. As soon as you add the first quotation mark, the code editor automatically will add the second, and it will place your cursor in the correct space for adding the address. Next, we're going to go ahead and add the address to the Mozilla home page. Now, I've already got this address copied. However, you can find this address in the resource section of the course. Next, we're going to confirm that we have our closing A tag and that our attribute is located inside of the opening A tag. At this point, everything looks great. As you can see, the software has automatically saved this document or saved our changes and created a link for the viewer or user to click on. Now, what you'll notice is that there's been a visible change to our output. The text HTML element is now purple and it is underlined. Also, when the user hovers over this text, our pointer, the arrow, now goes from being an arrow to a hand. This is a cue to the user that lets them know that they are now hovering over an element that is clickable. We're going to go ahead and click on our HTML element text, which is now a link, and let's see if this works. So we clicked on our link and it did not open up inside of our CodePen code editor. The reason for this is because it was unable to connect through CodePen. What we now need to do is to add an additional attribute to our anchor tag and make our link or the website open up in a new tab when the user clicks. So let's go ahead and jump back over to our slides and talk about how to create this new attribute. The next attribute that we're going to add is called the target attribute. This target attribute will be added inside of our anchor tag, just like the href attribute. So let's take a look at the steps that we will complete to make this happen. Again, inside of the opening a tag, that is after the name of the tag, in this case is A, and before the closing angular bracket, we're going to press space and add the name of our attribute, which is target. The name of the attribute is always followed by an equal sign, and then its value is set between opening and closing quotation marks. Once you've added this new attribute, we will then confirm that our output looks like this. You will not have the tooltip yet, but we're going to add that in the next step. So there will be no visible change to our output, but when we click the link, the user should be directed to the Mozilla home page, which is opened up in a new tab. So let's jump back into our code editor and give it a try. All right, now we're back in the code editor. The first thing we need to do is to locate the opening anchor tag, which is here. And then we need to make sure that we're inside of that tag by coming before the closing angular bracket. And now we can press space and type the name of our next attribute. This next attribute is named target. So we're going to type target. Following the name of the attribute, we will add the equal sign. Remember, after the equal sign, we set the value of our attribute. This value is between the opening and closing quotation marks. So we're going to add those opening and closing quotation marks, and we will then add an underscore and the word blank. Now we have our opening a tag, which has two attributes in it. They are separated by a space. So let's go ahead, click save, and come over to our output. Again, the output will not have a visible change. However, when we click on this link, it should open up in a new tab at the top of our screen. So let's try it. Perfect. By clicking on the link, we've already opened up a new tab, which has taken us to the Mozilla home page. Now, there's one last attribute that I would like to add to our code to help or enhance the user experience. This attribute is called the tooltip attribute. It allows the user to hover over the link, and before they click on it, see a preview of where they're about to be taken. So let's go back over to our slides and learn how to add the title attribute, which will enable a tooltip to appear next to the link before the user clicks on it. So basically, when they hover on the link, now the tooltip should appear. Let's take a look at the code that we'll use to make this happen. The name of this attribute is title, and I keep repeating this because I want you to remember the format of an attribute. The name is always followed by an equal sign, and the value is then set between the opening and closing quotation marks. This is very important because, again, as beginners and as a teacher of beginners, I often see my students forget the format of an attribute. So the name is title, the value is whatever we want to come up when the user clicks. In this case, we want to be specific with what will happen when the user clicks on the link. So we're going to add the words, the Mozilla home page. Tooltips are also used when we think about making websites and website content more accessible to people that have, but basically for people that cannot see. So if they use a screen reader, the screen reader will then read whatever is inside of this tooltip. So it's very important that we keep this in mind when we add the text inside of the tooltip. Whenever you are designing and developing websites, always make sure that you use a universal approach and that you keep every level of user in mind with your design. When I say every level of user, I'm also referring to those that may not be as familiar with technology as others. If you think about it, the internet is a fairly new addition to the world. So some people were born into a time where the website was already available and they were probably given cell phones and tablets as children to play games on. And as they grew up using technology. However, this is not the case for everyone that uses the internet today. Some generations of people were born before the addition of the internet to society. So before the internet was introduced to society, these generations of people were using other forms of technology. And because of this, they now need to learn how to use the internet. So by making sure that we also keep this group of people in mind when we design our websites, we're making sure that we have a more cohesive and compatible experience for all of our users. One way to do that is to add tooltips, not only for screen readers, for people with issues with vision, but also for the generation of people that is just now coming into technology, computers, and the internet. All right, so let's go ahead and jump over into the code editor again, and let's find out how to add our tooltip. So I still have the same code pen open. That is my first HTML element. And now I'm going to again locate the opening anchor tag. and place my cursor before the closing angular bracket of the opening tag. I'm then going to click space because between every attribute, we have a space. Now I will type the name of the attribute, which is title. I will follow the name of the attribute with what? The equal sign, and then I will set the value of the attribute between the opening and closing quotation marks. I hope that by now you're starting to get a feel of the format of attributes. So, what should I put between the opening and closing quotation marks? If you said the value of our attribute, then you're correct. In this case, the value of the attribute is what we want to come up next to the link when the user hovers over it. So in this case, we want the words, the Mozilla home page, to come up. So that's what we're going to type. Now that we have added the value of our title attribute, we're ready to test our code. We're going to push save. Then we will hover over our text and notice that the words, the Mozilla home page, now pop up in the tooltip. Great. And just to confirm that our link still works and that nothing else has been changed, we'll go ahead and click to make sure that when we click on the link, it opens up in a new tab and it brings us to the Mozilla home page. Awesome. Everything works and we're ready to talk about a new concept. Let's go back to our slides and talk about the next concept. However, before we do, if you would like to find a list of HTML attributes, please visit W3 Schools list or reference list for attributes. This link will be located inside of the resources for the course. I'm going to go ahead and click on it so that you're able to see what to expect. And this reference list actually tells us all of the HTML attributes that can be added to our code, and it tells you what tags they can be added to, as well as their description. So it's going to tell you what they will do. So as we scroll down, again, we're able to see all sorts of attributes. We can even see attributes that are no longer supported by HTML5, but it still tells us what they did. So if you find yourself working outside of HTML5 and you see these attributes, this reference or resource is still a great way for you to find out what they do. And then if you find yourself converting a website or web page over to HTML5, it should make your experience a lot smoother. The next thing that we're going to talk about are HTML text elements. The objective for this lesson is that you are able to demonstrate understanding of HTML text elements by correctly constructing HTML text elements in today's activity. What are HTML text elements? According to our handy MDN web doc resource. One of HTML's main jobs is to give text structure so that the browser can display HTML and HTML document the way its developer intends. This lesson explains the way HTML can be used to structure a page of text by adding headings, paragraphs, emphasizing words, creating lists, and more. So let's get into it. Taking a closer look at HTML text elements, you will notice that most structured text consists of headings and paragraphs. Whether you are reading a story, a newspaper, a college textbook, or even a magazine. And when we talk about structured text, we're talking about the way that the text is formatted in a way that guides the viewer's attention and leads them through the document. So let's take a look at the first example, which is the newspaper. When you first look at the newspaper, what is the first thing that stands out, either with this example or even with this example? Most people would say that the first thing that stands out to them with this example is the name of the newspaper. In this case, it says newspaper title. We know that the title of the newspaper goes here. By giving the text a blue background on a page that has virtually no other backgrounds behind the text, it automatically makes this portion of the newspaper stand out. In the second example, most people will say that the first thing that they notice, again, is the name of the newspaper. In this case, they've named it First News. What is the second thing that stands out when you're looking at these examples? Most people will say that the heading area of the newspaper is the second thing that stands out. This is the second largest text size on this document. The same thing goes here. Even when you look at the magazines, the first thing that stands out is the name of the magazine. And again, the name of the magazine is the largest text on the document. As you look through the magazine, your eye is guided, for the most part, by the size of the text. As the text gets smaller, we notice that it is representing headings and then subheadings, and then we have subheadings. And in some cases, we even start to get even more detailed with paragraph text, which would be the smallest text on the document. Especially with the newsletter, we're really able to see the hierarchy and the structure of these documents. And this is what we're going to start to talk about when we're talking about HTML text elements. So let's go back to our resource, which is the MDN web docs, and let's take a look at the information that they have on text elements. We're going to start by talking about the two most common text elements, and we'll get some practice making these two text elements. So in HTML, each paragraph is wrapped in a paragraph element, or the P tag. We've already had some experience with this when we're talking about our first HTML element, code pin. In this case, this text comes up in paragraph form because it is wrapped inside of the paragraph element. If we take a look at this second example, we'll notice that instead of this second line being wrapped in P elements or P tags, it is now wrapped in H1 tags because this is the H1 heading tag or H1 heading element. By wrapping this text between these two tags using the H1 element, we will now get a large, bold text that is used to display the title of your document. So let's take a closer look at heading tags. There are 6 heading elements: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. This illustration displays all 6 heading elements. Notice that the H1 is the largest heading. As the number increases, the size decreases. However, all of the heading tags, all of the heading elements create bold text. So all of these text elements are bold, but the size decreases as the number of the heading increases. This is because each element represents a different level of content in the document. The H1 represents the main heading. The H2 represents subheadings. The H3 represents subheadings. And we can continue to go on until we get to H6. So in this exercise, you're going to demonstrate understanding of heading tags by creating or recreating this example. You're going to open up a new code pen and you're going to name it headings. Then you will follow the steps below. First, you will add the opening and closing tags, and inside you will add the text that corresponds with that level of heading. So for the H1 element, the contents say H1 heading. For the H2 element, the contents say H2 heading. And you will continue to go on until you get to H6. Then you will confirm that your code looks like the code on this screen and that your output looks like this example. So let's go into our code and let's recreate this code pen. So again, the first thing that you need to do at the opening H1 tag, immediately follow it with the closing H1 tag, and then add the contents now. One thing that I would recommend that you do at this point is go ahead and after you've practiced this a couple of times and when you feel like you're comfortable with adding both the opening and closing tags, go ahead and copy this line, and then we can come down to the second line and we can paste it. We can do this 6 times. And then all we need to do is alter the content to meet the requirements of this practice. So one reason that I wanted to show you this way is because in CodePen, when you alter the opening tag, so I'm going to change it from H1 to H3, notice that it automatically changes the closing tag. The next thing that we need to do is change the H1 in the contents to say H3. Now, not all code editors automatically change both tags at the same time. So some of them even require a plugin to make that happen. So this may be something that happens inside of CodePen, but if you go into another code editor, please know that it might not all automatically happen, and that there may be a plugin that you can add to make it happen. All right, that was very quick and simple, and we have now demonstrated our understanding of H1 headings. I'm going to go ahead and click Save. So the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to give you the opportunity to complete your first heading project. Now, this heading project and all of your other projects will be completed in a new tool, which is called Replit. This tool will allow me to monitor your progress, and it gives you the opportunity to reach out to me if you have questions. I will include the link to the Replit classroom inside of the resources to this course. Once you click on the link, the next thing that you need to do is create a Replit account. Once you create your account, you will be directed to a screen that lists the projects for this course. You will click on the name of the project and it will direct you to that specific project. So let's take a look at the assignment. So for your very first project, you will be recreating a page that looks like this. Now, this is a part or a screenshot of a list of top blogs, but I chose this because it gives you the opportunity to practice using the heading tags and the P tags. It will even give you the ability to add links and create or links that will bring you to these specific blogs. So let's go ahead and jump over to our Replit, and I will explain how the Replit works. Here is the project, which you will click. The first thing that you'll see is the instructions that will be formatted like this. It has the objective of the lesson, and then I've included the same steps from the lecture inside of the project. It also will show you an example of what your final product should look like. If you click on the index.html file, here we go, it will bring you to the HTML code that has already been added. And when you look at the output, you will notice that the output has not been formatted at all. All we have is a chunk of words that is not visually pleasing to the user and creates a poor reading experience. The links do not work, and you need to add both the correct headings as well as the correct attributes to make this page functional. Now, I will be sure to add the links to the actual blogs in the description of this course. However, everything else is already added to your project. I've even added the CSS, which you do not need to adjust. All right, take some time to complete this project. At the end, make sure that your code or your final project matches the example. Following this lesson, I will then record the process of completing the project. All right, give it a shot. Let's continue to talk about text formatting. Now, we've already taken a look at two of the most popular text formatting elements in HTML. We took a look at the paragraph element as well as all of the heading elements. As we discussed in the prior lesson, all elements have specific features and functions connected to them. For example, the heading element, specifically the H1 element, will make your text large and bold and is most often used to title documents. Now we're going to take a look at some of the other common text formatting elements in HTML. We'll start off looking at the bold text element, which is created with the B tag. It makes your text bold. We can also create the same styling with the strong text element. It still makes the text bold, but it's used to indicate that text is important. Then we'll take a look at the I tag for italic text. We'll look at the EM tag for emphasized text. And again, these two elements will both make your text look italicized. We'll go through and practice using the mark tag to highlight text. We'll use the small tag to make some text smaller. We'll use the DEL tag to create a line through the text. We'll use the INS tag, which is the insertion tag to show that text has been inserted. It basically underlines text. We will take a look at the sub tag for subscript and the sup tag for superscript. Now, this specific example comes from the W3 Schools website. So we will take a look at that page because I want you to remember and be familiar with using this as a reference as you continue to code. And we will also refer to the chapter 5 of our HTML5 notebooks for professionals. So let's go ahead and take a look at our resources before we start demonstrating our understanding. This is chapter 5 of the HTML Notes for Professionals textbook, which I have given you the link for in the description of this page. So let's go ahead and look at what HTML has to offer when it comes to formatting text. So we already looked at a list of formatting text elements, but the reason that I'm referring to chapter 5 in the textbook is because it's going to give us a more in-depth understanding of not only examples of how to use them, but also what they look like. For example, on the list, we had the mark element, and the mark element will make text highlighted. So it highlights text. And then if we scroll down, we have the strong element, and the strong element makes text bold. We can see that when we look at the output, and we'll also get a chance to practice this on our own, and we will be able to identify which text has been wrapped in the strong tag and which has not. We'll take a look at again, here is the EM and the I tags. They both make your text italicized. So I'm not going to go through all of them because we're going to go through some of them in our exercise, but I do want to bring this to your attention because the textbook, again, will give you a very in-depth understanding of what each of the elements do. All right, so let's go ahead and jump over to W3 Schools. And again, this is another quick reference that you can use for understanding or at least getting examples of. Notice it really doesn't go into that much detail when it comes to what each of the tags do, but it does tell you the name of it and it gives you the opportunity to practice. So this is a very good, quick way to practice using these tags. So if you need an in-depth understanding, check out the textbook. And if you need quick practice, it's very good to go right on to our W3 Schools resource. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and jump back over to our slides. And for this activity, we're just going to jump right into formatting our own text. So this is a stretch activity, meaning it will be completed in Replit. Again, I have given you the link in the course description. When you click on the link, you must click on this square with the arrow and it will bring you to the actual project. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the project. So when you click on the link, it will bring you to a page that looks like this. Once you get to the page, click on this square with the arrow. It will open up all of the projects that you are using under Professor Horton's Coders class. This is the text element project. So we're going to go ahead and click on text elements. And notice it's still loading, but once it loads, this is the screen that you will see. The first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and open up the instructions all the way by dragging this line over. So in this project, you will demonstrate the ability to apply formatting tags to text in order to modify the appearance of text and make web pages look clear and aesthetically pleasing. I've provided you with 5 steps to follow, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to attempt this project on your own. So go ahead and pause the video, open the project, try it out. When your project is complete, not only will you be provided with the solution, the code solution, but you're able to, let me zoom all the way in, to compare your code. Oh, that's too far. All right, to this output. So there's a thumbnail with what your code should look like. So go ahead, pause the video, follow steps 1 through 5, and then compare your output to this output and compare your code to the solution. All right, great. Now that you've had a chance to try this code on your own, I'm going to walk you through all 5 steps to complete this project. So, the first step says to bold each vocabulary word in the definition. So, I'm going to go ahead and make our screen larger. And starting from the top, if we look at the first thing that's in the body of the page, we notice that our first vocab word is weariness. So step 1 asks that we make weariness bold. If you do not remember the element to use to make a text bold, then refer to one of our 2 resources, either W3 Schools, Text Formatting, or Chapter 5 of HTML5 Notes for Professionals textbook. So let's go ahead and add the tag to make our first vocab word bold. That is the B tag. So I'm going to go ahead and add the opening tag. Again, Riplet will automatically add the closing tag. Then I will highlight the text that I want to be bold. I will cut the text and paste it between the B tags. Then, as good practice, I'm going to go ahead and run this code and check it to make sure that it's done correctly. Yes, weariness has been bolded. So now I'm ready to scroll down and look for the next vocab word. Now that I've found our next vocab word, I'm ready to do the same thing. I'm going to add the B tag. I'm going to cut the word that I need to be bold and paste between the B tag. Go back and check, and yes, concoction is now bold. Ready to go to our next word. Now that I've located it, I'm going to just add the B tag. I will cut the word that I want to be bolded and again place it between the opening and closing B tags. I'll go back and check. And yes, it is correct. Now, as you complete this project, if you notice that you have added the B tag or any of the tags for formatting, but the word does not come out formatted in the preview, go back and make sure that you have added number 1, the correct tag, and then number 2, make sure that your tag has both the opening and closing tags, but make sure that both opening and closing tags are properly formatted, meaning both opening and closing angular brackets are on the tag, and if it's the closing tag, make sure that it has this / before the name of the tag. Also, one common mistake that I find students do when coding is they will paste their word or text inside of a tag. Make sure that you do not click inside of the tag when you are pasting. One thing that I've noticed that Replit does to help you is if you click inside of a tag, notice that both of these tags are now highlighted. If I click my cursor between the tags, only the opening and closing angular brackets on the opening tag have been highlighted. So if you go to paste your text and you notice both tags are highlighted, then you're in the wrong place. The only thing that should be highlighted is these two angular brackets. So now that my cursor is in the right spot, I'm ready to paste my text and I'm ready to test. Great. That worked. We only have 2 words left. That is exponent, again, B tag. I'm going to cut it and paste. Run it and check. Great. And the last term is mixed numbers. Awesome. And it is now bold. So now we're ready to go back to our instructions, which are located in the top tab here. If I open up my preview space, and now I can see instructions. So I'm going to go ahead and click here. And while I'm pointing that out, one thing that may happen while you're in Replit is if you're going back and forth and you accidentally click this X and remove any of these tabs. Specifically, right now I'm talking about the instructions tab. You can always come over to this side and under tools, we are looking for instructions. There we go. So if I click on instructions, now the instructions tab is back. All right. So step 2 is to italicize each sentence. So I'm going to go back to my HTML code. I've already found the word. After the word is actually the definition. So we're going to skip over that. And we're going to scroll down some more. And here is the sentence. So I can come after this P tag. I'll push enter. And I'll add my opening I tag. I'll let Replit add the closing I tag. And now I can take the entire sentence, cut the sentence, and paste it between the opening and closing I tags. The next thing that I want to do is to be sure that I keep my code neat and organized. So, because of the fact that there's no more text in this paragraph element, I'm going to go ahead and come here and delete this extra space. Now, this is important because later on, as you continue to add code, you want to be able to quickly identify where each element begins and ends. So, one way to do that is to look over to the side, to the far left side, and I can see that this is the opening element. And if I have my block elements formatted in a way where I can see the opening element and quickly look down to find the closing element, it makes it a lot easier to identify bugs that may occur within my code. I might even take it a step further and click enter so that now I can do the same thing for this italicized element. I can quickly see the opening and look down and see the closing. So when we're finished following all 5 instructions on this project, I will come back and walk you through how to make sure your text is always clean, neat, and organized. But for now, let's finish instruction number 2 by making all of our sentences italicized. So I'm going to scroll down. I know that these 2 lines are the vocab word and the definition. So again, here is my next sentence. I'll come after the opening P tag, click enter, and then add my italicized element. I can then copy the whole sentence. Actually, I'm going to cut the whole sentence and paste it between the opening and closing italicized elements. And once again, I will remove these 2 lines because they're empty. And I'm ready to go to my next sentence. I found the next one on line 36 for me. So I'm going to add the opening and closing I tags. I will cut my sentence and paste it between my I tags. Next, remove the white space, and I'm ready to go to my next sentence. It looks like this sentence has an extra line in it. I'm not sure if that's just because of the size of the screen, but I'm going to get rid of it. I'm ready to hit enter, add my opening and closing I tags. I will cut and paste my sentence and remove the white space. Again, here is the next sentence. And I'm going to hit enter. I noticed that this P tag is misplaced. So I'm going to line it up with the opening P tag. And now I'll add my I tag. Cut the sentence and paste there we go. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and run this code. And I probably would have been better off making sure or testing in between each one. But it looks like all of them are italicized. So I did a good job. Nope. So I skipped one. So let me go back to Exponent. And add the italicized tag. Again, I'm going to make sure that my code is properly organized by lining up my P tags. Then I will cut my sentence and paste it between the tags. Remove any extra lines between this and in this element, in the P paragraph element. And now I'll run it. If it looks good, then I'm ready to go to my third. Good. Now I'm ready to go back to the instructions and complete the third instruction. So this says highlight each vocab word in the sentence. So we go ahead and close that. I'm going to scroll back to the top. And now the sentences are between the I tags. So now I just need to find the vocab word in each sentence and add the correct tag to highlight that word. So here I found weariness, which is our first word. And I think if you are having trouble remembering what each of the tags are, then go ahead and again, remember that we have two references or resources that you're able to use, the W3 Schools website and the HTML5 Notes for Professionals. Both offer the mark tag to highlight the text. So I'm going to add my opening and closing mark tags. I will also go ahead and cut and paste the word within the sentence. And now when I run the test, the word weariness is highlighted. One other thing that I would like to bring to your attention with this specific code editor, and I'm not sure if all of the code editors will respond in the same way, but with this code editor, if you hover over the element, the tag for the element, it will provide you with the MDN reference. So it will tell you what the tag does in this tooltip box. Remember, tooltips only show up when the cursor or the mouse points or hovers over the word. So it's not going to always be on the screen. It's only going to come up when you hover over the tag. So feel free to go through and hover over these elements, and it will give you the direct MDN reference for each element. So let's continue. Let's go down, get our next sentence, find the word, add the mark tag. Then we can cut and paste between the mark tag and check. Again, As you continue to code, you will not need to test your code so often, but as a beginner coder, I want you to continue to, every time you make a change, run the code and test it. Because if you get to the end and there's problems, if you haven't been testing your code, it's going to be hard for you to know where that problem started. So one good practice as you start coding is to check and test as frequently as possible. All right, let's go to the next word and sentence. Here's the word. So I'm going to add the tag, adding the mark tag, great. Got just 3 words left. Here's our next sentence. So I'll add the mark tag. I will cut and paste the word between the tags and then run. Scroll down, looks great. I've also noticed that there's an extra character here. So I'm going to come into my code and go ahead and click delete because that did not need to be there. Let me just make sure that it's gone. Great. Now let's go down to exponent. And here's the word. I've added the tag, pasted the word between the tags, and checked to make sure that it's highlighted. Now we have one last term, which is mixed numbers. So I found the word, the term. I can cut it and paste it between the mark tag and check it. And it looks good. So now let's open this side back up and click on instructions. So we're now ready to add the HR tag between each sentence and new word. If we take a look at the thumbnail for our example, and I scroll in, try not to scroll in too close, you'll notice that in between each word and sentence, actually in between, so we have the word used in a sentence, and then there is a line that stretches across the entire page. So that line is created by using the horizontal rule element. That horizontal rule element is created with the HR tag. So that is what we're going to do in step 4. You go ahead and open the code back up. Scroll back to the top. So because of the fact that we have kept our code neat, clean, and organized, now we're able to very quickly identify where we need to add this horizontal rule. I can clearly see that this is the word in the definition, and here between these P tags is the sentence where the word was used. If I scroll down, I can quickly see that here comes our next vocab word. So that means that the horizontal rule actually needs to go here. Now, first, let's make sure that we keep things properly aligned. So I'm going to tab this over and I'm going to keep it in line with the P tags. Secondly, notice that the horizontal rule element is a void element, which means that it does not have anything to wrap around. Therefore, there is no there is no closing tags. The only tag that we have is this one tag. So keep that in mind. I believe this is our first void tag that we've looked at. All of the rest of them have had content to wrap around. For example, this B tag needs to make this vocab word bold. So therefore, it needed to wrap around the word. Void elements, however, do not require content because they're not formatting content. They are just adding something to the page. So therefore, there is no closing tag for the HR element. Let's go ahead and run the code and test it. And as you can see, we now have the horizontal rule across our page. So we're now ready to scroll down. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. And because this is neat and clean, I can quickly identify that the next HR goes here. So now I've pasted it and ran it, and I can see that I now have two horizontal rule elements. So I'm ready to scroll down again. And again, I'm able to quickly identify where the next HR tag goes because the code is properly aligned, everything is properly nested, and again, it's been kept clean, neat, and organized. So as you're coding, if you notice that your code is all over the place and it's not properly nested, then take some time to clean it up. Take some time to make sure that when you open your page, everything is properly nested between the opening and closing tags. And we'll look at that again as soon as we finish the instructions for this project. The next word, actually the next place we need to add our HR tag is here. So I can paste it, test it, and check. Great. We have one more place to add our HR tag, and that is here. And now I've added all of the proper horizontal rule elements in our document. There is one last instruction left, which is to follow any additional directions in the comments. So this project serves as your introduction to HTML comments. As you can see, as we've been working through this project, some of the code on this project looks different than the rest. So for example, this line on line 35 is grayed out and it's between these symbols. So anytime you see text that where the whole line is the same color. And in HTML, we make comments by adding symbols. So the comment actually goes between these two symbols, these symbols here. So we will take another look at adding comments in a future lesson. However, for this lesson, I want you to be able to identify the comments that I've already left for you and be able to follow the directions that are in those comments. So on line 35, we have the first comment. Also, before we look at it, let's also note that comments do not show up in the on the web page. So the user, if this is what the user sees, and even though the comment is created in the code, as you can see, this first comment comes right after stamina, and here right after stamina, we don't see anything. So that's because comments are only for coders. All right, so now let's follow our first set of instructions that are in the comments, and it says, make the words 6-year-old small. So again, if you do not remember the proper element to use to make text small, then please refer to W3 Schools, Text Formatting, or Chapter 5 of HTML5 Notes for Professionals. Both resources give us the small tag to use to make text small. So I'm going to cut and paste and run. And as you can see, this text is slightly smaller than the rest. Perfect. Now let's scroll down to the next comment. And this next comment says that we need to, let me open this up. All right, says that we need to delete the word weird and insert the date. So the first part says delete weird. So here's weird. I'm going to come right before the word, and I'm going to use the DEL tag, cut the word, and paste it between the opening and closing tags. I will run it, and we should have a line through it, and we do. So that's great. Another way that we can add a line through our code, or excuse me, through our text on our web page is actually with the strike element. So I'm going to demonstrate that one as well. Now, before I do, I'm going to show you a trick or a shortcut that you can use in code editors that will allow you to manipulate two tags, actually multiple tags, at the same time. So I need to change this from DEL to the S tag. And instead of deleting the opening tag and putting S and then coming back and deleting the closing tag and adding an S, I can do them both at the same time by placing my cursor here after the L on the opening tag, holding down the Alt key for Windows or the Options key for Macs, And as you can see, now I have two blinking cursors. When I click backspace, the content on both tags changes at the same time. Now I can add the S. I will click away from the tags and run it. And if this was done correctly, weird should still have a line through it. And it does. Again, because both tags have the same visual response. All right. And we can demonstrate the same thing here with the italicized tags for the sentence, because it says that we can use the I to italicize, or we can use EM. So let's practice changing multiple tags at once again. So I'll click here on the opening tag, hold down Alt because I'm using a Windows. I'm going to delete the I and type EM. I'll click away and run it. And if this is correct, this sentence should still be italicized, and it is. Great. So let's go ahead and now insert the date. So that means here's the date, and basically it wants the date to be underlined. So I'm going to come before the date. I will add the opening U tag. Then I will cut the date and paste it between the opening and closing tags. Let's run it and test. Perfect. We're ready to go to the next comment. All right, here we go. And for exponent, it tells us to superscript the 4 after the 3. So we're looking for the 4 that comes after the 3. Now, this is specifically talking about exponents. So we're looking at the example of an exponent, and when we read it, it says that the exponent of 34 is 4. Well, we know that is not correct. We need to make the 4 superscript, which is going to bring it up, make it smaller, and bring it up above the 3 so that it looks like an exponent. So in order to do that, we use the SUP tag. So I will cut the 4 and paste it between the opening and closing tags. Now, let's come down to the exponent example, and as you can see, the number 4 now looks like an exponent. All right, let's see if we have any. Okay, there's one more comment that we need to check. First of all, I want to get rid of this additional white space, which I probably created. All right, let me open this up. So it says insert the word example, and we need to superscript the 1 and subscript the 2. So in this case, we're looking at a fraction. Let's go ahead and insert the example, and then we'll take a look at the fraction. So we need to insert the word example. That is done with the INS tag. So I can cut the word and paste it between the tags. Let me make sure that Example has an underline, and it does. Great. Now we need this 1 to come up, and we need the 2 to come down. So this still looks like a fraction, but we're going to practice using the superscript and the subscript to make it look more like a fraction. So let's go ahead and add this SUP tag for the 1. I'll cut it and paste it. And then we're going to add the SUB tag for the 2. And again, I will cut it and paste it. Oh, make sure we paste it in the right spot. All right. Now, when we look back at our fraction, it looks more like a fraction. I'm also going to add a space between let me make sure there's a space between the 2 and the or. Okay. All right. It looks good. So the last thing that I want to do is go over some best practices for keeping your code clean, neat, and well organized for yourself, as well as for people that might come behind you while you're coding. So a lot of the times you won't be the only person working on a project. You might start a project and then someone will come behind you to finish it. Or you might be in a team of people and you might just add one part of the code and other people might be working on different parts of the code. So it's very important that your code is always well structured, well formatted, and easy to read. So some of the ways that you are able to keep your code clean, neat, and well organized is by making sure that when it comes to the organization, you follow the same formats. So when I was talking about properly nesting tags, we said that when one element is inside of another element, that means that it's nested. Okay. Now, when you nest a tag, you always have to tab over when you're inside of that element. So this I tag, or this italic element, is inside of the paragraph element. We know that because we have clicked enter to come to a new line and we tabbed over before we added our tags. So this, if it looked like this, it would be incorrect. Okay? Because the I tag needs to be tabbed over so that we can very quickly see that it is inside of the P tag. This is done so that when you check and when you're adding code and when you're checking for errors or bugs, you're quickly able to see that here is the opening tag and I can look down, follow this line until I see the closing tag. If this is in the way, it becomes confusing to the coder. It takes a lot longer, and if that is a practice, then it's not only happening here, but it's happening all throughout your code. So as you start to add more code, at this point, this is not even 100 lines of code. Actual projects that you'll be working on will have much more lines of code. And because you'll be working on working with more lines of code, you'll need to make sure that you can quickly identify problems, quickly correct or change or insert code. This is one of the things that will help you to do that. The next thing that will help you to make sure that your code is well organized and structured is by using comments. So in this case, I used comments to communicate to you as the student, and basically I was giving you instructions to complete. And as you complete projects and as you're learning, and even in the work environment, you might be working with a team of people, and there might be a situation where that might be a form of communication. However, for the most part, because comments are just for the coders, then you might use comments to section off parts of your code. You might use comments to help someone else that is working on a project with you, and they might use comments to help you. However, using comments is one of the best ways to make sure that your project is well organized and well structured. Because if you start a project today and then come back to it maybe a year from now, if you've added accurate comments, it's that much easier for you to make changes or update code. And the same thing goes for other people that might be making changes to your code or updating your code. All right, so that brings us to the end of this project. Now let's go back over to our slides and see what's next.
Again, congrats on getting this far. I hope you're enjoying the course and already see some great results. If you want to check out the extended version of the course, go to skillademia.com, where you will find our full CSS course for beginners to advanced users, with more than 100 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
Let's talk about lists. Another way to format your text and to structure the content on your website or web page is by using lists. According to Chapter 7 in our HTML Notes for Professionals textbook, HTML offers 3 ways for specifying lists. We have ordered list, unordered list, and description lists. So, in this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at all 3 types of lists. Again, the 3 types of lists are ordered lists, which are ordered in some fashion. In this case, they are ordered using numbers, but they're ordered in what is called an ordinal sequence. That means that the list is displayed in a way that tells the user the order that this list was created in, should be completed in, and sometimes it's used to display a order of importance. We'll take a closer look at the different ways that you can order your lists when we look at our ordered lists. The second type of lists are unordered lists. Unordered lists are lists that have bullet points. And They do not show up in any specific order. We just know that everything that is on the list has been bulleted. The last type of list is a description list. Description lists are used to distinguish a word and its meaning. So when we talk about description lists, a lot of times this will be used in an encyclopedia or a dictionary. All right, let's go and take a closer look at ordered lists. So, as I said before, ordered lists use ordinal sequences to indicate the order of list elements. Here is an example. This ordinal sequence is numerical. However, there are several options for ordinal sequencing. According to the HTML5 notebook Notes for Professionals, we could use numbers. They could be alphabetical in lowercase, alphabetical in uppercase. They could be Roman numerals in lowercase or Roman numerals in uppercase. So let's go ahead and try this out. Let's demonstrate our understanding of ordered list in a small activity where we will create an ordered list with 5 items on it. Now, before we start the list, let's take a look at how we're going to do this before we go over into our code editor. So, the first thing that you will need to do is to add the opening and closing ordered list tags. So they look just like this. They kept it nice and simple, OL for ordered list. Next, we get more practice with nesting, and we're going to nest an opening and closing LI, which stands for list item, for each item on our list. In this case, we're going to put 5 items on our list, so we will need 5 LI tags or list item elements for our code. So let's go ahead and jump over to our code editor. Go ahead and create inside of CodePen. Go ahead and create a new pen, and this time let's name it ordered lists. Now, the first step for creating an ordered list is to add the opening and closing ordered list ordered list tags. So I'm going to go ahead and type the OL opening tag, and then I will follow it with the closing OL tag. Now, because we already know that we're going to nest a list or list items inside of these opening and closing tags, I'm going to place my cursor between both tags. I will press enter, and this will drop my closing tag beneath my opening tag and give me space to start adding our list item elements. The tags for list items is LI. So let's make the opening list item tag and the closing LI tag. Now, I already know that I'm going to have 5 items on this list. So, because of that, I can copy line 2, click enter, and I can paste. I can do that 5 times to add my 5 list items. Or I can come back and delete those 4 items. I'm going to show you this so that you're able, actually I'm going to delete all of the elements. So I can copy and paste it 5 times between the opening and closing ordered list tags. Or I can use a shortcut which will allow me to automatically add these 5 list item elements between my opening and closing tags. So here is how we use the shortcut. We're going to type the name of the tag. In this case, it's LI. Then we're going to push the star key and we're going to put the number of times we want this to be repeated. It automatically shows us a preview, and all we need to do is push tab. As soon as we push tab, all 5 list items are now available for us to use in our code. You want to go ahead and make sure that your output now looks like this. You should be able to see a list, an empty list, with 5 spaces for us to add our content. So the next thing that we're going to do is start to add content inside of our list item elements. The content that we will add in this case, because this is an ordered list, one example of an ordered list would be directions to a specific place. In this case, we're going to go ahead and add the directions to a school. So the first thing that I would want the person reading the list to do would be to drive to the end of the road. That goes for our first list item. That is item number 2. Next, I would want them to go straight across the first 2 roundabouts. So the third thing was go straight across the first 2. Need to make sure that's an O. The first 2 roundabouts. Next, again, let me just make sure that everything is correct. All right, looks good. Next, I want them to turn left at the 3rd roundabout. And the last thing that I want them to do is look for the school, which is on the right, 30 meters up the road. So at this point, we've created our first ordered list. Go ahead and complete the steps and confirm that your list looks like this. All right, next we're going to jump back over to our lecture and take a look at unordered list. So, unordered list, use a defined symbol such as a bullet to list elements in no designated order. So an unordered list does not have to be done in any specific order. So next, we're going to go ahead and jump back over into our code editor on CodePen, create a new pen in CodePen, and this time name it unordered list. I have already done that. So now let's make our first unordered list. In order to do this process is very similar to the ordered list, except the element for the unordered list is created with the UL tag. UL stands for unordered. So let's go ahead and add the UL tag, opening tag, and the UL closing tag. I'm going to place my cursor between both tags. I will click enter. And this time, let's add 4 list items to our code. So just like before, the tag for list item is LI. So we're going to have an opening and closing LI tag, just like in the ordered list. And since we need 4, we can actually practice adding all 4 at the same time. Remember, when you use this shortcut, you don't start with an angular bracket. You just start with the tag name, then you will add the star and the number of times you want that tag to be listed. So the tag name is LI. I'm going to push star. This time we only want 4 list items. I see the preview and I'm ready to push tab. Now all 4 list items have been added. So now we're ready to add content to our unordered list. So let's pretend that we're making a grocery list for a friend. And on this list, we want milk, bread, cookies, and water. So I'm going to go ahead and put milk, bread, and water. I'll click save. And as you can see, I now have my unordered list in the preview space. So let's go ahead and jump back over to our slides and notice that our output should look like this, and it does. So the next thing that we're going to talk about are nested lists. Now, the nested list is a list that represents sub-items or even sub-items of a list item. And when you look at the examples, we'll look at our grocery list example, and we'll talk about reasons for adding sub-items to our list. So if you've made this grocery list for a friend, again, it doesn't matter the order that they pick up the groceries in. Remember that in our grocery list, we just want them to come back with milk, cookies, bread, and water. However, what if they go to a store? Well, first of all, they need to know what kind of cookies. We don't want them to come back with just random cookies. So we might tell them that come back with any of these 3 types of cookies. I like all 3. So the kinds of cookies that they might bring back might be chocolate chip, sugar cookies, or Oreo. And in this first example, because this is a bulleted list, they just know that they have options, 3 options, and they will bring back any of these 3. Now, first, let's look at the fact that this list has been nested inside of an unordered list. So this first example is an example of an unordered list nested inside of another unordered list. When the user or when the person that's picking up our groceries reads this list, they look at it and automatically know they have 3 options, or maybe you told them they have 3 options of cookies to bring back. You know that this is nested inside of this main unordered list because, number 1, there is an indentation before each item on this cookies list. When we talked about how to structure our code, remember that we said that if one element is inside of another element, we need to make sure that we properly nest the code because we need to add that space before each element, and in this case, before each item on the list, which lets the user know that it is inside of that element. In this case, this lets the user know that these 3 cookies, in this case, this lets the user know that these 3 types of cookies belong to a sub list on the cookies item. So we've created a list inside of another list. Now, let's take a look at the second example. In this second example, we're looking at a main list, which is an unordered list, and a sub list, which is an ordered cookies list. So in this case, if we give our friend a list to go to the grocery store and we tell them that when you go to get the cookies, we don't know if the store will have all of the cookies. However, I like chocolate chip cookies the most. So if you see those, get those. If they don't have the chocolate chip cookies, then I also like sugar cookies. So my second option would be sugar cookies. If they have neither one, then please get the Oreo cookies. So with this ordered list, now we're able to give our friend a order to search for the cookies. Now we will look at a sub list. So in the third example, we have our main list, milk, cookies, bread, and water. Then, again, we give them options. You can bring back chocolate chip cookies, sugar cookies, or Oreo cookies. This third example does not place them in order of importance to me, so the friend may bring back any of these three. However, if they bring back chocolate chip cookies, we want them to make sure they bring back the right ones. So we've nested yet another list inside of the chocolate chip cookie list, inside of the chocolate chip list item. This is a list of chocolate chip cookie brands that I like in order from the ones that I like the most to my third favorite brand. So if a friend goes to the store to get cookies and they see chocolate chip cookies, I want Chips Ahoy chocolate cookies first. So get those if you see those first. If you don't, then get the Famous Amos. And if not, then go ahead and get Miss Fields. So this is an example of ways that you can add and structure lists in your code, especially when it comes to nesting. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to go back to our code editor and we are going to open up the unordered list, the one that we just completed, the one that has milk, cookies, bread, and water on it. This is what your code should currently look like. We are then going to add a sublist, an ordered sublist, to our cookies item. We will add 3 list items to our cookies sublist. Next, we will then add the content for the 3 types of cookies that we would want in order of importance. So chocolate chip, sugar cookies, and then Oreo at the end. The last thing that we will do is demonstrate our understanding of a sublist by adding a sublist to our chocolate chip cookie list item. All right, so when we have the code, our last piece of code should look like this. Let's jump over to the code editor, and you should still be on the unordered lists code pin. So remember, we're going to demonstrate our understanding by adding a sublist to our cookies list item. Now, the very first thing that we need to do is, first of all, come to the end of the cookies list item and click enter. And notice that the cursor automatically jumps right underneath and between these 2 list items. However, remember that we need to make sure that our code is as clean and as well structured as possible. That means that when we come to nest code inside of our list item, our cookies list item, the next thing we need to do is to press tab. Notice that when I push tab, my cursor moves, and now I'm ready to add the OL tag, the opening and then the closing OL tag. Because remember, and it jumps back over, so I need to then come here and push tab again. We need to make sure that it is not in line with the list items. This is not an addition to our main list. So now I'm ready to bring my cursor between my opening and closing ordered list OL tags and push enter. Perfect. Notice that the opening tag is in line with the closing OL tag. Also, notice that my cursor is not lined up with the opening and closing OL tags. There has been an indentation automatically when I pushed enter. So the cursor is now in the right place, and I'm ready to add 3 list items to my sub list of cookies. Remember, the shortcut for adding multiple tags at once is the name of the tag. In this case, that's LI, the star key, and the number of times you want your tag to be repeated. Now I see the preview and I'm ready to click tab. I automatically have 3 list item elements added to my ordered list, and my cursor is blinking in the correct spot. These 3 list item tag elements have also been correctly indented and are in the right space to let the coder know that they are a part of this ordered list element. Next, I'm going to go ahead and type my 3 favorite types of cookies. The first one is chocolate chip. The second one is sugar. And the last one is Oreo. So now when I click save and look at my output, I can see that I have demonstrated the ability to create a sub list inside of a main list. The next thing that we want to demonstrate the ability to do is to create a sub list. So inside of our sub list, we're going to add another list under the chocolate chip list item. I'm going to come to the code. I will push enter after the closing LI tag for chocolate chip. The cursor automatically goes to line up underneath the list items. It assumes we want to create another list item. However, we don't. We want to nest a second list inside of our first list. So we need to now push tab, and we're ready to indicate the type of list that we want to add to our chocolate chip list item. In this case, we want another ordered list because we want to list the types of chocolate chip cookies that we want in an order of importance. So we're going to create the opening OL tag. Again, OL is for ordered list. And we'll also automatically create the closing one. Again, when we add that closing element, it automatically realigns the ordered list element in the wrong space. So we now need to click before the opening ordered list item, ordered list element, and push tab. Now our ordered list element is in the correct space. Next, we need to put the cursor between the opening and closing tags for our ordered list element and click enter. This time, the closing ordered list tag is now correctly aligned underneath the opening one, and our cursor is blinking in the correct place. So all we need to do is type the name of our tag, which is LI. Again, because we're using the shortcut, we're going to click the star key on our keyboard, and we're going to add 3 items to this list. So we're going to add the number 3. We see the preview and we're ready to click tab. The last thing that we need to add in this case are our top 3 favorite chocolate chip cookie brands. So I'm going to start with Chips Ahoy. The next one is Famous Amos. And the last one is Miss Fields. So now I will click Save, and notice now we have correctly demonstrated understanding of how to create a sub list by adding our 3 types of cookies to the cookie list item, and a sub list by creating a ordered list for our chocolate chip cookie element or cookie item. All right, so now let's jump back to our slides and confirm that our output looks like this. And it does. Great. Now we are ready to demonstrate, or actually first let's take a closer look at the description lists. So a description list, or definition list as it was called before HTML5, this is important because if you look at documentation for the prior versions of HTML, that means all versions before HTML5, when you refer to this type of list, you need to know that it was or would have been called a definition list in those documents. Now that we've reached HTML5, they've changed the name to description list. Now, a description list can be created with the DL element. Again, DL stands for description list. Next, it consists of name value groups where the name is given in the DT element. DT is the description term, and the value is given in the DD element. In this case, DD stands for description details. And again, I have given these definitions in the callouts on this slide. So if you need to remember the definitions, just refer back to this portion of the video. So let's go ahead and demonstrate our ability to create description lists by opening the project that we were working on in Riplet. So we're no longer in CodePen, not for this project. For this project, we'll be in Riplet. We're just going to reopen the text element project that we have already started working on. So it's the one where we worked on the vocab words. And we will now recreate, well, actually, we're just going to modify what we've already created, and we're going to make it look like the words. We're going to turn those words into description terms, and we are going to turn their definitions into description details. So let's go ahead and jump back over to our code. We are ready to adjust our vocabulary document to add the descriptions, description terms, and the description detail elements that will reformat our definitions, our vocab word and their definitions to match the description list formatting. So let's go ahead and scroll all the way up to the top, which is where all right, now that's where we are. And we're ready to add the two new tags that we've learned about. So the first tag is the DT tag, which we're going to put around our vocabulary word. So I'm going to open up the tag, type DT, and then close it. Then I will go ahead and copy the vocab word, but I'm also going to copy the bold element. So I'm going to cut it and paste it between the DT tags. So I'll now run this, and you'll notice that in the output, the definition has now jumped down to the next line. Take a close look at the code and notice that inside of the DT tag, I have nested the bold element and the content, which is our vocab word. Make sure that you get both the word and the B tags. Take both of them and put them inside of the DT tag. Then I'm going to come right after the closing DT tag, and I'm going to hit enter. That will bring my definition down to the next line. Now I'm ready to add the description detail tag, which is DD, around the definition of the vocab word. So I'll add the tags, then I will cut the definition and paste it between both tags. Take a close look at the way that the code has been structured and make sure that your code looks just like this. None of your lines of code should be all the way over here. If they are, you need to push tab and make sure that everything is properly nested and has been properly aligned inside of your first P tag. Now I'm ready to click run, and notice that beneath the vocab word, we have the definition of the word, but one of the functions of the DD tag, or the description details element, is to create this space or indentation before the definition or before the details. So we're going to leave the sentence how it is, but we're going to add this format to the rest of the vocab words. Don't worry about exponent. Well, yes. In this case, exponent and numbers. Let's leave exponent and mixed numbers how they are. But let's go ahead and add this format to the top 4 vocab words on our vocab document. So I'm going to go ahead and find the next vocab word. Here it is. And all I need to do is add the DT tag. I will copy and paste the bold element and the content, which is our vocab word, and paste it between our DT tags. I'll click run. I'll confirm that the definition has now been shifted to the next line. In the preview, I'm going to do the same thing in the code. I'm going to click enter, bring it down to the next line, and now I'm ready to add the DD tag. Remember that DD is for the description details. So now I can cut my definition and paste it between the DD tags and confirm that it's been properly formatted. I'll go down to the next term, do the same thing. Make sure that you come right after the P tag and before the bold element. So between those 2 tags, that's where we're adding the DT tags. Then we are cutting both the bold element and the vocab word. And pasting it between our DT tags. I will run it, confirm that the definition has shifted to the next line, and then I'll do the same thing in my code. Now that it's on the next line, again, I'm going to clean this up to make sure that it's clear what is inside of this P tag or this P element. And now I'm ready to add the DD tag. I can cut this sentence, which is the definition, and I can paste it between these 2 tags. I will click run, confirm that it's been properly formatted, and now I'm ready to do this to our last vocab word. So I'm between the P tag and the bold element. So I'm going to add the DT tag. I will cut the bold element and the contents and paste it inside of our description term element. Run it. Confirm that the definition has been shifted to the next line in the preview. I'm going to do the same thing in my code. And then I will add the DD tags. Again, let me clean that up. And now I'm going to copy this definition, cut this definition, and paste it between the opening and closing DD tags. I will click run and notice that now my vocab word and definition have been reformatted to match the format of the description lists. So this is now a demonstration of our ability to create a description list. Let's talk about images. In this lesson, you will demonstrate understanding of how to embed simple images in HTML, annotate them with captions, and how HTML images relate to CSS background images. So, how do we add images? Again, according to our MDN Web Docs resource, the IMG tag embeds an image into our page in the position it appears. It does this via the source attribute, which contains the path to our image file. In today's lesson, we're going to take some time to look at how to use the source attribute or the SRC attribute to add a path to the image, and we're going to look at the alt text attribute, which is the ALT attribute, to add text that describes the image. All right, so let's start by taking a closer look at the IMG tag and the image element. So nested inside of the image or the IMG tag is a source attribute and the alt text. Notice that this IMG tag contains both attributes, but there is no closing IMG tag. That is because there is no enter content for it to manipulate. So the image element does not wrap around content to effect. Its purpose, however, is to embed an image in the HTML page in the place that it appears. So the IMG tag is not used like most of the other elements that we've looked at thus far, which were used to manipulate content on our page, but rather the IMG tag and the image element the image element is used to add images to our page. So not to manipulate what's already on the page, but to add content to the page. And in this case, we will be adding an image. Remember, just like in our prior lesson on formatting, we added the HR rule that also did not have a closing tag. Remember that in that lesson, I stated that elements that have no content are called void elements. Okay, so this is your second void element, your second element that does not manipulate content. Just like the HR tag, we're just adding an element to our page. All right. So let's start by taking a closer look at the SRC attribute that is used to direct the user, or actually that is used to add the path to our image. So remember, when we're talking about attributes, when we're adding attributes to our tags, we start by adding the name of the attribute. In this case, the name of this attribute is SRC. That is short for source. This source attribute has the value set to the path of our image. The value of this attribute specifies the location or the URL of the external source. So this attribute can be used with a number of tags, but in this case, it contains the path to our image file. So it's basically telling the browser where to get the image that it is going to display in the place that we add the image tag. Also, if you would like more information on the SRC attribute, you can look at the W3 Schools website under their HTML SRC attribute page. So this page, we're going to go ahead and cut over to that page. And this page shows us that the SRC attribute can actually be added to any of these elements. And it always is used to specify the location of the external source. When you get a chance, make sure that you check this page out because it is an amazing way and reference for understanding how attributes are used. Going back over to our slides, the next thing that we're going to look at is the ALT attribute. ALT is actually short for alternate text. And this attribute holds the text description of the image, which it's not mandatory, but it is very useful and necessary for accessibility. Remember, we're always writing code that is universally designed, meaning that it's code that can be used by everyone. So when we're writing code, we need to keep everyone in mind, including those that may have issues with vision. So those people that are not able to see for one reason or another also use screen readers. And screen readers will read this description that you type to the person or to the user of the screen reader. That means that when you write your alternate text, you need to make sure that this text correctly describes what is in the image. So, looking at this attribute, the name is ALT, and the value is set to whatever you type out, which is a written description of the image that you are displaying. The ALT text is also displayed on the page if the image can't be loaded for some reason or another. Some examples of this might be network errors, content blocking, or any other reason that for whatever reason the image can't show up. So if there's a problem with the link, any reason that keeps the image showing up, the second thing that the browser would do is to display the alternate text. So keep that in mind as well. All right. This attribute allows you to specify descriptive text for users, again, who cannot see the image. And this might be because they're visually impaired, which we discussed. Users with significant visual impairments often use tools called screen readers to read out the text aloud for them. All right. And also, again, if something goes wrong, causing the image not to display. So let's take a moment to demonstrate our understanding of the IMG tag by starting our own and creating our own image. Let's take some time to go over to CodePen, open up a new CodePen, and name it image. Then let me go over to my CodePen. Already named this image element. And now we're going to go ahead and add the code for adding an image. Remember, this is the IMG tag. So it starts with the opening angular bracket. Then we type the name of the tag, which is IMG. And then we're going to go ahead and add the closing angular bracket. Now, because I've already added a comment with my source value included, as soon as I type that IMG in the opening angular bracket, it automatically gave you a preview of what we're about to add together. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to add the source attribute to our image tag. So we can come right before the closing angular bracket. We'll go ahead and push space and we'll write the name of our attribute, which is src. Then we will follow this with the equal sign and the opening and closing quotation marks. The content or the value of this attribute will be the path to our image. So what I want you to do next is to open a new tab. Think of something that you would like to, an image that you would like to add to your website. So I know that I would like to add a car to my website. So I'm just going to type in car. And then I'm going to go directly to images. And I'm going to choose an image of a car that I would like to add to my website. So now that I've found an image that I would like to display on my website, I'm going to right click on my image. Then I'm going to scroll down until I see copy image address. I'll click on copy image address, and at that point it's been copied. Now we can come back to our image tag, and for the value of our source attribute, we are now ready to paste the path or the location to our image. As you can see, as soon as it's saved, the image comes up on our web page. So the next thing that we're going to do is add the alternate text for our image. Again, this is a written description of the image that you have added to your web page. So let's go ahead and type the name of our attribute, which is ALT, follow the name with the equal sign, and we'll set the value between the opening and closing quotation marks. Now, looking at my picture, I know that there are 2 cars in the image. So I will start by typing 2. I've also taken the time to copy the exact description from the website. So these are both the 2023 70th anniversary editions of Corvettes, and the website also listed their exact colors. So one of them is white pearl metallic and the other is carbon flash metallic. So I went ahead and added 2 cars, the year that the cars were made, the name of the cars, the 70th edition, anniversary edition, and the colors. Remember that when you add the alt text to your code, you should be adding it from the standpoint of someone that is writing code or providing a written description for a person that cannot see the image. By you creating a universal environment, this makes sure that even if it is a person that can see the image, but the image doesn't show up because of some reason, it could be, again, a network error. It can be a problem with the link. There can be many reasons that the image does not show up. But by you providing a clear, accurate, written description of what is in the image, now the user, no matter what type of user it is, will always be able to know. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to adjust the image to fit in the screen. So let's go ahead and add another attribute. In this case, we're going to add the width attribute. So after the closing quotation mark of our alt attribute, I went ahead and added the width attribute, and we're going to set the value of this attribute to 500 pixels. Oops, just 500 is fine. And then click Save. So now we're able to see the image has been added to our website. Now, Let's go back to our slides and see what's next. Now that we've had some time to talk about different types of links that can be added in HTML, let's take some time to demonstrate our understanding of links by creating a navigation menu for a website. So, go ahead and locate the link that has been provided for you in the course resource area. When you click on this link, it will bring you to the navigation menu screen. The screen will look like this. You will click on the square with the arrow coming out of the corner. Then it will bring you to a screen that looks like this. At that point, you will click on the text that says Navigation Menu. So let's take a look at the instructions for this project. Again, this is an example project that comes out of the MDN, that comes from the MDN resource. And in this project, you will demonstrate understanding of links. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. All right. You will demonstrate understanding of links by linking pages together with a navigation menu to make a multi-page website. This project provides us with the following 4 steps. First, you'll be asked to add an unordered list in the indicated place on one web page that includes the names of the pages to link to. A navigation menu is usually just a list of links, so this is semantically okay. All right, so number 1, create an unordered list, and each list item should have the names of the pages in our project. And again, there's an example below. So you need a list item for home, one for pictures, one for projects, and one for social. Step number 2 says, change each page name into a link to that page. So this is where your demonstration of understanding will come into play. Step 3 says, copy the navigation menu across to each page. So for this step, after you've created the menu, you're actually just going to copy it and paste it in the same location on each page. Step 4 asks that on each page you remove the link to the page that you are on. So if you're currently on home, you will remove the home link from the menu. If you're on pictures, you'll remove the pictures link from the menu, and so forth. Once you've completed this task, check your work and make sure that your output looks like this image below, and that when you click on each link, it takes you to the correct site. So go ahead and pause the video. Take some time to attempt this project. If you have any questions or comments during the process, do your best. However, don't forget that you can actually click on in Riplet. It will allow you to ask a question. So you can ask a question. You can refer to the resources that you've been provided. That is the HTML5 Notes for Professionals textbook, MDN Web Docs resource, and W3 Schools. So you have 3 resources to use if you come up with questions about the assignment. Once you've completed the assignment, make sure it works and it is functional. Once it works and it is functional, if you still have questions, then watch the video of me providing you with the solution. Go ahead and pause the video and give it a shot. So now that we have navigated to our project, As I said before, we're going to click on this square with the arrow coming out of the top. It will bring you to the page with all of our projects that we've been working on. And you will click on the text that says navigation menu. At this point, you'll be brought to the riplet that already has the pre-made files and the instructions for how to complete this project. So just to go through the instructions again, the first thing that we're going to do is to add an unordered list in the indicated place on one page that includes the names of the pages to link to. So I'm going to scroll down so that I know the name of all the pages. Then in my index.html file, I've noticed that on line 10, there's a comment that says, put the navigation menu just below here. So that means that the navigation menu should go on line 11. It also asks that we start this navigation menu with an unordered list. So the first thing I'm going to do is tab over, because we always want to make sure that our elements are correctly aligned to keep our code neat, clean, and organized. So in order to create an unordered list, the first thing that we need to do is use the UL tag. So I'm going to type UL and then tab. This is a keyboard shortcut that will keep you from having to create the opening and closed angular brackets. And now that we are familiar with the parts of a tag, I feel that it's very important that we focus on making sure that our code is created quickly, but also efficiently. So now that you know the parts of a tag, now we can start using the keyboard shortcut, which will keep you from having to actually type out the entire tag. But if later on you find that something isn't working, hopefully by this time you have trained your eyes to view and to be able to quickly recognize what parts of the tag might be missing if that's the case. So we've already created our unordered list tag. The next thing I'm going to do is push enter. And I noticed that there are 4 items on our list. So because of the fact that this is going to be a navigation menu, and the fact that step 2 says change each page name into a link to that page. So I know that each list item needs to be nested inside of the link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another keyboard shortcut that will allow you to quickly create any tag that you need multiple instances of. Actually, it will create any tag. If you are in a situation where you need multiple tags that are the same tag, this keyboard shortcut will help you. So I know that all of the list items, if it was just list items, then I could just type LI, use the star and the 4, and you'll notice that the tooltip came up saying that if I push tab, I'm going to create 4 list items. So that's one option. However, I already know that we need to have each of these list items nested inside of their own link. So that means that I have to use the same keyboard shortcut, but I need to add the link, the A tag, to this shortcut. So I'm going to type LI, and I know that I need 4, so I'm going to do times 4. And as you can see, my tooltip has already come up showing me that I'm about to make 4 list items. Now, at this point, I know that each list item must have an anchor element nested inside of it. So in order to nest an anchor element inside of each list item, I'm going to use this angular bracket and then type in A for anchor element. Now, again, check the tooltip before you click Tab, just so that you can see the preview of what will come up. I'm happy with what's going to come up, so I'll push Tab. And now I'm ready to add the name of each page between the anchor tags. And then I will add the location of each file as a value to the hrefs. So let's start with the first one, which is home. The next one is pictures. Then projects. And the last one is social. Now that I have all of my headings added to my list items, so now that I have each of the, basically not necessarily headings, but they are the names of each page that you will go to when you click on the links. Now I'm ready to add the location of the file for each page. So remember that home is actually index.html. So I'm going to type index. And notice that when I start typing, it automatically brings up the name of the file and a file icon next to the name, which lets us know that this is one of the files in this directory. Because of the fact that all of these files are in the same directory, which is in the root directory, I don't need to do anything but add the name of the file. I do not have to switch directories because I'm in the root directory, and that is where all of my files are. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that file, index.html. And for pictures, it's pictures.html. As I start typing, the correct name comes up. Projects is projects.html. So one thing that I want to highlight or bring to your attention is the naming conventions and making sure that when you add the names, number one, all names of the files start with a lowercase letter. If there were 2 words in the name of your files, then you would use camel case, meaning the first letter of each word would be lowercase, and then the second word would start with an uppercase. So, for example, if this was social pages was the name of this file, the S would be lowercase, and then pages would be capital P, and then the rest of it would be lowercase. So this is an example of camel case. It starts with the lowercase for the first letter of the first word, and then the first letter of the second word is uppercase. And if there was a third word, the first letter of it would be uppercase as well. I'm going to go ahead and correct the name of this file. And the next thing that I need to do is to copy the menu to each page. But before I do, I need to make sure that this menu is functional. So I'm going to go ahead and click Run. And I'm already on the home page, so I won't test that now, but I will click on the Pictures page. And notice that it takes me to Pictures. Now, I've not yet copied this menu to all of the pages, so I won't have a way to get back to the home page through the code, but if I click refresh, it will take me back home. Next, I will click on Projects. I'm checking to make sure that my projects page comes up. It does. Then I will click Social and make sure that Social comes up. And it does. So now I'm going to go back to my home page. I'm ready to copy this entire nav bar. And I noticed that I have an extra UL, so I will get rid of that. Now I'm ready to copy my code for the navigation menu. And I'll go to the Pictures page, and it tells me to put my navigation menu just below here. So I know this is where my navigation menu needs to go. So I'm putting my cursor right above the H1, and I'm going to click Paste. When I pasted, this UL tag got a little bit out of line. So I'm going to come to the beginning, click Delete, and make sure that it's still lined up with the opening UL tag. Again, I cannot stress it enough, but always make sure that your code is clean, neat, and well organized. So if you copy and paste and something gets out of line, make sure that you correct it, because if not, as you continue to copy and paste to each page, eventually your page is going to look very distorted. And when it's time for you to search for errors or bugs, you will have a hard time finding it. So this page is good. Let's come over to Projects. I will delete this old UL, tab over to the correct place, and then paste. Each time making sure that this closing UL tag is now in line with the opening tag. And it's probably doing this because I think there's an extra tab before all of these. But even if I fix it, I think when we paste it, it'll still be out of line. Let me try it again. Copy. And I'll paste this one on Social after I delete this old code. Tab and paste. Oh, yep. And now it's still out of line. So just make sure that every time you paste it, just double check to make sure that all of the tags are still in their correct order. So now I have my code pasted to every page on my site. I'm ready to click Run. It starts me at the home page, so I really don't need to check this link yet because I'm already on the home page, but I will click on Pictures and make sure that it takes me to Pictures. Click on Projects, still taking me to Projects, and Social, still takes me to Social. And on all of the pages, the menu is in the same place and all of the links work on every page. So that's what we're looking for. Now, the next thing that it's asking me to do is to remove the link to the page that I'm currently on. So that means that when I'm on the home page, I don't need to see the link for the home page. So I will go to Index, which is the home page file, and I will remove the link from. Click Run, make sure that it's gone. Then I'm going to go over to Pictures. And since I'm on the Pictures page right now, well, I'm on the Pictures file, I can delete the link to the Pictures page from that menu. Click Run and go over to Pictures just to make sure that it's off of the navigation menu. Then I'll come down to Projects, and on Projects, I'm going to delete the Projects link. Remember, do not leave this open line here. You're going to want to clean it up, again, making sure that your code is clean, neat, and well organized. So I'll hit Run, click on Projects, checking to make sure that the Projects link is no longer included in the menu on the projects page. And finally, I will come down to Social, delete the social link from the social page, clean up the code, and click Run again. Now I'm going to come to the social page just to double check and make sure that it is no longer included in our menu. So it looks like everything is working well. I'll go through and try it one more time. Let's go ahead and open it all the way up. Let's talk about how to structure a web page. In this lesson, you will demonstrate understanding of how to structure a document using semantic tags and how to design the structure of a simple website. So, we're going to take a closer look at the HTML document and the different elements that must be included in all documents. So, all HTML documents must start with the doc type on line 1. Notice that on line 1, we start with an open angular bracket, the exclamation mark, then the word doc type in all caps, followed by a space, then HTML, and the closing angular bracket. The doc type tells the browser which version of HTML we are using. So this doc type tells the browser that we are using HTML5. It is also important to note that this is not considered a tag. According to Chapter 2 in our HTML5 Notes for Professionals, doc types is short for document type. It helps the browser to understand the version of HTML the document is written in for better interpretability. Doc type declarations are not HTML tags and belong at the very top of the document. This topic explains the structure of declaration of various doc types in HTML. So according to the HTML5 Notes for Professionals textbook, doc types is short for document type. And again, it helps the browser to understand the version of HTML the document is written in. Doc type X declarations are not HTML tags and belong at the very top of the document. Following the doc type declaration is the HTML tag with the lang attribute set to a value of en. This specific attribute sets the language of the document. So let's start with the HTML tag. The HTML tag says everything between these two tags is our HTML page. This will hold all other HTML elements. So all HTML elements on this page must be between both the opening and closing HTML tags. The HTML tag opens the page. No markup should come after the closing HTML tag. The lang attribute declares the primary language of the page using the ISO language codes. In this case, we've set the value of the lang attribute to en, which is for English. Again, this comes directly from our HTML5 Notes for Professionals textbook. After the HTML tag is the head tag. The head tag contains important information about the document. It holds metadata, which basically means that this is data about data or additional information about the site. Some examples of the metadata tags that might be included in a website or web page are listed here. For the most part, in our projects, we will use this first meta tag with the char set attribute set to the value of UTF-8. This basically determines what character sets will be used in the code. Since we're using the basic keyboard characters, this is the value that we will use in our HTML document. Later, we will include the meta tag, this last meta tag that has the name and content attributes. These two attributes will be added to our documents later on when we start to use and start to add our CSS. So this is just an introduction to what we'll use, and when we get to CSS, I will explain these two attributes and how they work with our CSS. In addition to any meta tags that you will include in your head element, we will always include the title element. And the head tag opens the head section, which does not appear in the main browser window, but mainly contains information about the HTML document called metadata. Again, I provided some examples here, and we will use the first example with the char set attribute, and the last example will be used when we get to CSS. Again, metadata is information or additional information about data. In this case, this is additional information about the website. It is not seen in the browser window, but it is used by the browser. It can also, this head tag can also contain imports from external style sheets and scripts. Again, when we get to CSS, we will use another example of a tag that will be nested in the head tag. And in that case, it will link external style sheets and scripts to our HTML page. Also, notice that there is a closing tag to the head tag, or to this head element. Let's take a closer look at this meta tag. The meta tag gives the browser some metadata about the document. According to the HTML5 Notes for Professionals, the char set attribute declares the character encoding. Modern HTML documents should always use UTF-8, even though it's not a requirement. In HTML, the meta tag does not require a closing tag. So notice, this is what is considered a void element and does not require a closing tag. This char set attribute basically sets the characters or defines the characters that will be used in the document. Again, because of the fact that we will be using the basic keyboard characters, we're going to use UTF-8, just like the HTML5 Notes for Professionals suggests. Let's then skip down to the title document, let's skip down to the title element. The title of the page is text that is written between the opening and closing tags, between the opening and closing title tags. It will be displayed on the tab of the page or in the title bar of the browser. So again, nothing that is inside in between these head tags will be displayed in the browser window itself. However, this information is used by the browser and the title element does appear in the tab. So whatever you put between the opening and closing title elements will appear at the top of your window inside of the tab that you are working in. So, in your basic HTML document, after the head element comes the body element. The body opens the part of the document displayed to users. For example, all of the visual and audio content of a page. So no content should be added after the closing body tag. This is saying that everything that is between the opening and closing body tags will be visible by the user. Now, let's go ahead and create this basic template for HTML documents. What I want you to do is open a new pen on CodePen and name it Document Structure. Then follow these steps. So the first thing that we're going to do, and the first thing that you must be used to doing, is adding the doc type. When we add the doc type, we will make sure that we use this format. That means we start with an angular bracket. The opening angular bracket is followed by the exclamation mark, then the word doc type in all caps, a space, and then HTML. After HTML, we have our closing angular bracket. This is the format that we will use to tell the browser that we are using HTML5. Step 2 is to add the HTML element and the lang attribute. Again, that is the language attribute. So on the second line of our code, we will add an opening angular bracket, the text HTML, which will be followed by a space, and then the language attribute. So we have lang followed by the equal sign, and then between the opening and closing quotation marks, we will put EN, which is for English. After the closing quotation marks, we will add the closing angular bracket. After we add the HTML tags, we will add the head element in the correct space. So that means it comes after the HTML element and before the body element. Next, we will add a meta tag in the correct space, and we will add the value, the correct value for the char set attribute. Remember that because we're using the basic keyboard, we will be using the UTF-8 char set. That means when we add the char set attribute, we must add the UTF value. Next, we will add the title element in its correct space, meaning it must be between the opening and closing head tags. And we will give it the content of document. In this case, we have our opening and closing title tag, and we have written document for the content. The last thing that you need to do is add the body element, which will follow the head element. We do not, at this point, we do not need to add anything in between the body elements. I just want you to get used to and accustomed to this format for your websites and web pages. So all web pages use this basic format, this basic template or layout, you might think of it as. And all of these elements will be used in the HTML websites that we create. So we're going to take some time to get used to this structure of a document and to make sure that we know all of the elements that should be included when it comes to our documents. So at this point, we're going to go over into the code. I encourage you to try this on your own. So at that point, if you like to try it on your own, push pause now, and then come back and watch me complete this for you or with you. All right, and with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and stop here and we will go back to the lecture. If you can, try to add the elements that we just learned about. So all of the elements that are used in the basic HTML document, try to add them without looking at the video. So the first thing that we need to do is add the doc type. Doc type and then HTML, both between the angular brackets. Don't forget the exclamation mark that comes before the word doc type. The next thing that we need to add is the HTML tag with the language attribute set to English. So remember, we can type HTML and then tab, and that will automatically give us both the opening and closing HTML tags. So I'm going to push enter to make some space. And then I'll come inside of my opening HTML tag and add the language attribute. So I'll type space and then LANG followed by the equal sign and the opening and closing quotation marks. I'm now going to set the language attribute, the value of the language attribute to English. That is done by typing EN. We will nest our head element inside of the HTML element. So I pushed enter. The cursor has gone into the correct space for nesting. And I'm going to go ahead and type head and then tab. Once again, that will give me both the opening and closing head tags. I'll push enter because I know that I need to nest two elements inside of this head tag. Now, as we continue to code, we will begin to add more elements inside of our head tag. However, as we start today, we're just going to start with the meta tag and the title tag. Just as a reminder, nothing that is inside of the head tag will be visible or usable by the user. And that's very important to note because oftentimes I have students that will add H1 tags and expect to see the title or expect to see their content displayed on the screen. However, nothing that you add in the head tag will be seen. So make sure that you remember that. Now, let's go ahead and add our meta tag. Remember that the meta tag is a void element and does not have a closing tag. So inside of this meta tag, I'm going to add the char set attribute and set the value to UTF-8. At this point, I want to make sure that you remember that the UTF is in all caps. And in between UTF and 8, there is a dash. So make sure that you use this proper formatting because this is the code, the exact code that is required to declare the char set for a web page. All right, so now I can put my cursor at the end of line 4, push enter, and add the title tag. I'm typing title and then tab, and that is the keyboard shortcut to automatically populate the opening and closing title tag. Now that I have my title element between the opening and closing title tags, I will type the title of the document that will appear in the tab when the web page is open. Or the last thing that I need to do for this project, for this exercise, is to come to the end of line 6, push enter, and add the opening and closing body tags. Remember that whatever we add in the body tags is what will be displayed in the browser window. So at this point, if I push save, even though I've added code, nothing will come up in the browser window. However, if I was to add an H1, when I click save, the only content that shows up in the browser window is the content between the opening and closing elements, opening and closing body tags. And the last thing that I'm going to do is show you a shortcut, a keyboard shortcut for code pen that will allow you to quickly add these required elements. So I'm going to go ahead and clear this. And then if you just type the exclamation mark, so when we just type the exclamation mark and then tab, it automatically populates the required content or elements for the basic HTML web page. However, it was very important that you at least made the attempt to memorize the elements that belong in this basic HTML document, because in the future, once again, even though there are shortcuts that will do it for you, if as you're coding, something accidentally gets deleted, anything can happen. So if as you are coding, you notice that things are not working the way that you need them to work, now you know what should be included in the document and where everything goes. So now we're going to jump back over to our lecture, and we're going to start talking about something that is called HTML semantics. Okay, so according to our MDN Web Docs resource, in your HTML code, you can mark up sections of content based on their functionality. And assistive technologies like screen readers can recognize those elements and help with tasks like find the main navigation or find the main content. Remember that as we are designing and developing our web pages and websites, even apps, we must always use a universal design and approach. Always consider those that need screen readers. Always consider the fact that as we continue to expand our technology and ability, we now have the ability to use these semantic tags to do things like, say, find the navigation, or find the main navigation, or find the main content. And this should work. This should be compatible with our website. The only way to make sure that that happens is if we continue to approach our design from a universal standpoint. By designing for everyone, we make sure that our technology can continue to grow and expand. And if for some reason another type of technology uses these tags, now our website is automatically compatible. In addition to defining individual parts of your web page, such as a paragraph or an image, HTML also boasts a number of block elements used to define areas of your website, such as the header, the navigation menu, the main content column. This lesson looks into how to plan a basic website structure and write the HTML to represent this structure. Before we start talking about creating and designing our basic website, there were two terms that I want to look closer at. The first was block elements, and the second was inline elements. So let's start by taking a look at the definition of a block element. Then we'll look at the definition of an inline element, and we'll do a brief exercise so that you're able to demonstrate your understanding of the difference between block versus inline elements. All right, so block elements form a visible block on a page. A block element appears on a new line following content that precedes it. Any content that follows a block level element also appears on a new line. Block level elements are usually structural elements on the page. For example, a block level element might represent headings, paragraphs, elements, navigation menus, or footers. A block level element wouldn't be nested inside of an inline element, but it might be nested inside of another block level element. Okay, so this is the definition of block level elements. Let's take a closer look at what this definition is saying. Here are some examples of block level elements. So the paragraph element, the H1 element, and the div element. These are all block level elements. Block level elements take up the full line or full width of a web page. They also create a new line break automatically. That means that this paragraph element at the top, even though its content only comes and takes up this much of the screen, this paragraph element actually takes up the full width of the screen. That means that we would not be able to put an H1, this H1, next to this paragraph element, because the paragraph element actually takes up the entire line on the screen, and it makes an automatic line break. So that means that it automatically forces the content that comes after it to go to the next line. This is very important because as we start to create and design our page layouts, we need to know what elements can go side by side and which elements cannot. Now, let's take a look at inline elements. Inline elements are contained within block level elements and surround only small parts of the document's content, not entire paragraphs or groupings of content. An inline element will not cause a new line to appear in the document. It is typically used with text. For example, an anchor element creates a hyperlink, and elements such as EM or strong create emphasis. So if you think back to when we were learning to format text or even create links, those elements wrapped around small portions or small amounts of content on the website to format that text. For example, We might have wanted to make one word bold, one or two words bold, or we might have wanted to make one or two words in a sentence a link. Those were examples of inline elements. Again, this information comes directly from the MDN Web Docs resource. So let's take a closer look at some inline elements. Inline elements only take as much space as they need, and they do not add a line break. So remember that the block elements, for example, this P element, or a better example would be this div because it has a small amount of content. This div actually stretches from this side of the screen all the way to the other side of the screen, even though the content only takes up this portion of the line. The difference is that with the inline elements, they actually only take up the space of the content that is nested between them. So this strong element is an inline element, and it's only taking up the space that has been indicated by this yellow rectangle. The same thing goes for the anchor tag. It's only taking up this amount of space, as well as the image tag. It's important to understand that these elements can now be on the same line, so they can be next to each other, and they do not force the content that follows it to go to a new line. So in this case, if we wanted to, we could simply add an anchor element around this word element, and we can make it into a link without forcing the word element down to another line. This is the inline and block element review. So at the top, we have examples of block elements. So these are 3 examples of block elements. And as you look at these examples, I want you to notice that I have set the background of these examples to different colors. So what I did was I gave this paragraph element a yellow background using CSS. And I want you to notice that the background goes all the way across this screen. So this black box represents the screen in this case. This paragraph element stretches from one side of the screen all the way to the other side of the screen. That is because it is a block level element, and it forced the next content. So this green line is in H1. Actually, this green line is in H2, and it could not go next to this paragraph element because it was forced down to this line, to this next line. That is because the P tag has an automatic line break at the end. So that means that anything that comes after it will be forced to go to the next line. And this last element, this blue element, is a div element. Again, it has been forced to the next line, and even though the text is only taking up this much of the space, the div element takes up the entire line on the screen. This is important for you to note because that means that we cannot put these elements next to each other when we are structuring our websites or web pages. So now let's come down and look at the inline elements. I have 3 examples of inline elements, and the first thing that I want you to notice is that they can be side by side. This first inline element is an example of a strong element. So this text was formatted to come up bold. And right next to it is an example of a link. I gave it a different background so that you can tell that there are 2 different images, that there are 2 different elements. However, it is important to note that they are side by side. Immediately next to the link is an image, so this is an image element. And again, it is on the same line as these other 2 elements with no problem. All right, so these 3 are inline elements. They did not force the content to go to another line. They're fine just being on the same line. Now, as we look down, the next shows block elements and inline elements. So in this example, we have a block element, the same block element from this first example, but I've nested an inline element inside of it and made it bold because it was the strong element that I nested inside of this p tag. So inline elements can be nested inside of block elements. Very important to remember as we talk about structuring our web pages and websites. And the last thing that I'm going to do is go ahead and go over to the code just so that you can see what the code looks like before we move on. All right, and with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and stop here and we will go back to the lecture. So now that we are in our code, we're going to take a look at what these block elements look like from the code standpoint. So here I have nested an inline element inside of a block element just to show that it can be done. But the block element is this P or paragraph element. Let's see what happens if I take line 4, this H2 element, and if I cut it and try to put it next to this paragraph element in our code. Click Save, and notice that even though in the code the H2 comes up next to the paragraph element, it's still on the output, it has still forced the content that comes after it down to a new line. So I can do the same thing for demonstration purposes. I can even take the div and try to put it next to and hit save. I can take the div and try to put it next to the H2, but again, in the output, it still comes out underneath it because it has been forced down to the next line. That is one of the characteristics of a block level element. They, by nature, cannot be side by side unless we're using some sort of framework or layout structure that will force them next to each other. But naturally, the block level elements have a feature that force the content that comes after it down to the next line. So I'm going to go ahead and restructure my code because, again, we want to make sure our code is clean, neat, and organized. So let's take a look at this HR element right here. And remember, this is a void element because it doesn't wrap around anything, it doesn't format or restructure anything. But what it does do is, again, it stretches all the way across the page. So when you see underneath the word block element, when you see this horizontal line, is because it goes all the way across the screen. And it goes across the screen because, again, it's a block level element. The next thing that we're going to do is look at how we can put these inline elements next to each other. And if you notice, here's the strong element that comes up here in the output. And right next to it, here is the A tag that comes up here in the output. And right next to it, even if I stretch this out, you can see that right next to it is an image tag. And it's also next to it in the output. So that's the main thing that I want to bring to your attention when you think about block level elements versus inline elements. This is going to be important because in the next section, when we start talking about designing web pages, you need to know what is possible and what is not possible. One thing that is not possible at this point is to put two block level elements next to each other. All right. So let's go ahead and come. Before we go back over to our lecture, I do want to bring up the highlighted backgrounds on these block level elements and just notice that no matter how big this screen is, they still are going to go all the way to the other side of the screen. So even if I readjust, the background of it will readjust as well. All right, let's go ahead and go now back to our lecture and let's take a look at what is called HTML5 semantics. Looking at this visual represents the difference between what was done in HTML4 and what is now done in HTML5. So in HTML4, these sections of our web page layout were differentiated using divs with IDs and classes. So we were able to know the difference between the header and the footer because the header div had an ID with the value of header and the footer div had an ID with the value of footer. The same goes for all of the other elements. The only way that we were able to know the differences between these elements when we were looking at the code was based on the IDs that were provided. Now, in HTML5, we're able to, again, name the sections of our web page based on their functionality. So instead of making all of these divs and then naming each div based upon the functionality, which was what was done in the past, now we just name the tag based on the functionality. So in HTML5, we use the header element for the header, the nav element for the nav, the main element for the main part of the website. If we have articles inside of the main element, we can name them articles. And also for the footer, we will name that element footer. Again, here's us taking a closer look at what these elements look like. So let's take some time to break down these elements and understand their functionality because, again, they're named by their functionality. So the header is usually a big strip across the top of the page with a big heading, logo, and perhaps a tagline. This usually stays the same from one web page to another. The header represents a group of introductory content. If it is a child of the body, it defines the global header of the web page. But if it is a child of an article or section, it defines a specific header for that section. So this header can be used globally or within small sections of the web page. Next, we're going to talk about the nav bar. The nav bar is created with the nav element and it links to the site's main sections, usually represented by menus, buttons, links, or tabs. Like the header, this content usually remains consistent from one page to another. Having inconsistent navigation on your website will just lead to confused and frustrated users. Many web designers consider the navigation bar to be a part of the header rather than an individual component. But that's not a requirement. In fact, some also argue that having the two separate is better for accessibility, as screen readers can read the two features better if they are separate. So again, we are considering approaching this design from a universal standpoint. The nav also contains the main navigation functionality for the page. Secondary links, etc., would go in the navigation. So if we were to have a one-page website, then we would use or place links to different sections of the website within the navigation bar. If we had a multi-page website, again, we would place links to different pages inside of our navigation bar. Next, we will look at the main content section of our web page. The main content section is a big area in the center that contains most of the unique content of a given web page. For example, the video you want to watch, or the main story you're reading, or even the map you want to view. Another example would be news headlines. This is the one part of the website that's definitely will vary from web page to web page. So depending on what page you're on, from what page within the website you're on, that content will most definitely change. However, as we discussed with the header and the nav bar, those both have content that could remain the same from page to page within your website. The main section is for content unique to the page. You are to use this main section only once per page and put it directly inside of the body. Ideally, it shouldn't be nested within other elements. So make sure that your main is directly inside of the body and that it is not nested inside. For example, it shouldn't be nested inside of the aside element because it is supposed to represent the main content on your web page. So when the screen readers are looking for the main content, they need to be able to come directly to this section. Next, we will talk about sections and articles. So a section is similar to an article, but it's more for grouping together a single part of the page that constitutes one single piece of functionality. So one example of this would be a mini map or a set of article headlines and summaries, or even a theme. So it's considered best practice to begin each section with a heading. Also, note that you can break articles up into different sections or sections up into different articles, depending on the context. The article encloses a block of related content that makes sense on its own without the rest of the page. So whatever's in the article can stand alone and does not depend on anything else. So examples of this might be a single blog post. Next, we will look at the aside or the sidebar. So some peripheral info, such as links, quotes, or ads. Usually, this is contextual to what is contained in the main content. For example, on a news article page, the sidebar might contain the author's bio or links to related articles. But There are also cases where you'll find some reoccurring elements like a secondary navigation system. The aside also contains content that is not directly related to the main content, but can provide additional information indirectly related to whatever is in the main content. So, for example, glossary entries, author biographies, or related links. These are all things that you might find inside of the aside section. And finally, we will talk about the footer element. So the footer is a strip across the bottom of the page that generally contains fine print, copyright notices, or contact info. It's a place to put common information similar to the header, but usually that information is not critical, or it can be considered secondary to the website itself. So the footer is also sometimes used for SEO purposes by providing links for quick access to popular content. The footer also represents a group of end content for the page. MDN has provided us with a basic layout for the typical website. So let's take a look at the code. Here's the example. And if we scroll down, this is what the code looks like when we are structuring or creating the structure for the code. So all of this is that basic boilerplate code that we learned about earlier. And now inside of the body element, here is where we find the semantic elements. So for example, here's the header. Beneath the header is the nav, and the nav bar is usually a unordered list of links. They even added a form, and then beneath that form or the nav bar, so within the nav bar, they put a search box. And so now beneath the nav is the main. Remember, it's suggested that we only use the main once on each web page. So inside of the main, we have an article, and then that article, here we have the heading of the article and the article's content. They've also included a subsection and more content for that subsection. Here's another subsection. These are all in H3s. So these are not semantic elements, but they are subsections within the article. So after the article, then they have the aside. And again, remember, the content for the aside is usually related to the main content. So it also has a note that says that this can be nested within the main content, because again, it should be related to whatever is discussed in the main section. And then here is the footer. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate our understanding of HTML5 semantics by adding the semantic elements to our document structure code pen. So I want you to open the code pen that you've named document structure and follow the steps below. So we're going to open up our code pen, and inside of the body element, we will insert the following semantic elements. We will add a header, and we will nest an H1 with the content of our choice inside of the header. We will add a nav bar, and inside of the nav bar, we will nest an unordered list with links to 4 different pages on our website. We're going to make these blank links so they don't have to lead to anything, but we are going to represent them as links. And then under the nav, we will add a main section. And inside of the main section, at this point, we will nest an image and a paragraph of text. Following the main, we will add the footer, and we will put an empty link with the content that says contact us. So let's go over to our code and add those elements. Remember, you do not need to start a new code pen. All you need to do is open up the one that you've already created. It should be named document structure, and we're going to add the semantic elements inside of the body element. So I'm going to come to line 9 and push enter. And the first thing that we need to add is the header. So I'm going to type header and then tab. That automatically gives me the opening and closing header. So I'll push enter. And inside of the header, I want to nest an H1. So I'm going to create the H1 element, and I'm going to say and you can put whatever content that you want to inside of this H1. So then we're going to come to the end of line 12 and click enter. And the next thing we need to do is to add the nav. So we're going to go ahead and type nav and then tab. And then we'll push enter, because inside of the nav, we need to nest we need to nest an unordered list that links us to 4 pages. So I'm going to use the UL tag, and here is where we're going to nest the unordered list. So we should have 4 list items, and each list item should have an anchor tag nested inside of it. So here's what the keyboard shortcut looks like. We need list items. We need 4 of them. So we're going to do times 4. Notice the tooltip. And now inside of them, we need an anchor tag in all of them. So now our tooltip displays 4 list items with an anchor tag nested in each. So when I push tab, that's what comes up. The next thing that I'm going to show you is how to populate multiple tags at the same time. This will actually be a review of that, and how to create a blank link. So My cursor is already blinking between these two opening and closing quotation marks. Now I'm going to hold down Control and click inside of all of my other opening and closing quotation marks so I can set the value of this href attribute for all four at the same time. And the value that we will give to this href attribute to make it a blank link is the hashtag symbol, just like that. Now, because I need this to go to 4 different pages, I'm going to do the same keyboard shortcut Now I can come to the first one and I'll just put a 1 here. On the second one, I'll put a 2, and then a 3, and a 4. So this is a way to quickly add a nav bar without slowly typing the list items. All right. So the next thing that we need to do is under the nav, we now need to add our main section. So I'm going to click Enter and Tab. I'll then hit Enter again because remember, inside of this main section, we want to add an image and a paragraph of text. So we're going to use the img tag, and I already have a link here, so I'm just going to go directly to that, but you may choose the location of any image, and here is where you will add the descriptive information or the descriptive text for this image. All right, so I'm going to leave this blank for right now, but make sure that you always add the descriptive text, and we will come to the next line and put a P tag. And here is where we will add our lorem ipsum. And then here I can paste it and click Save. So this gives me a nice text placeholder. And now under the main, the last thing that I need to add is the footer. Inside of the footer is where I'm going to add the Contact Us empty link. And then I'll click Save. And now we have demonstrated our understanding of semantic elements in HTML5.
Hi there! Congratulations on completing this free 4-hour CSS Essentials course. It's a great achievement and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to create some incredible web pages. If you would like to become a CSS Layout Pro and learn more about normal floats, media queries, and more, head over to skillademia.com. Our beginner to advanced course consists of many more hours of explanations, exercises, and projects which will turn you into a pro. You will be able to learn more about the advanced features of CSS, Grid and Flexbox, as well as Sass and Tailwind. You will master these techniques and create beautiful and responsive layouts in no time. All of that while applying your knowledge on different projects and practicing your skills together with the instructor. If this sounds like the course for you, go check it out. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon.